afternoon, we are filling the remaining quarter-final berths in this fourth day of the Mr. Q Masters. We just about managed to catch our breath after yesterday's hard-wire drama featuring the defending champion, Judd Trump, who just about held on to his title, against a charging Kyron Wilson. That had 2,000 people glued to their seats. But on Monday, we had Ding Junhui having them all leaping out of those seats as he made his second maximum in this event against Ronnie O'Sullivan, who ultimately won the match. So all in all, rather promising start to events.
These first round matches, so hard to really put your finger on the winner of these games, you know, so closely matched.
Yeah, very much so, John. Good afternoon, everybody. I think we're in for a cracking afternoon here. Two great players, very nearly at the top of their form, going head to head.
Mark Allen with his cup of hot water. Got that off Ronnie. Keeps your hands warm and get the feel. Got to be careful here with this red on the right hand side of the table. Played in nicely, although this cue ball's close to the corner.
Oh, Mark Allen, 4.
I'm going to get a chance here to see how Mark Allen's feeling and cueing. Should he take this red on to the right hand corner pocket? Well, he's not doing. That tells its own story. And he definitely has in recent seasons become slightly more circumspect. Doesn't like to push the boat out like he has done in his career so far, and be very hard to argue with. His trophy cabinet's been filling up in the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, call that safety, much too thick. Hand on the table. Chance for John Higgins. Good solid pot. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, just didn't get into it enough. Good pot. Just didn't get into the cue ball enough. Or maybe too much, whatever. Enough. It's not unlucky. The pockets are always in the same places.
Interested in those two reds there in the middle of the bunch, that they look dead set to the pocket. Just how does he get to them? Not sure he can. Well, he can hit that red directly, I think. Yeah, he can just squeeze past the pink. And everything's going to move here. Hold on to your hats. Amazingly, he was able to get the plant and slip the cue ball through the gap of those reds and hardly move a thing. The plant was unmissable. And then he got through that gap. I thought everything was going to move, but he's in good position here on the yellow. Judged that nicely. As they were saying in the build-up, he's been here since the start of the tournament, commentated on the first match. Been practicing very hard. Lots of players go about that differently and prepare differently, but I'm sure he will have been keen to get out there and play, and it's always nice to string a few early ones together and settle down.
Just trying to work out whether the black will go back on its spot if he pots it. If it doesn't, the green spot's available, and that will put the black out of commission. So he needs to be sure. Well, he made the decision that the black, well, it could be available. He's got low on the black, just play a little run through, nudge the red above the black towards the pocket. Yeah, black spot nicely in the clear now.
11. 12.
Wanting to just nestle onto that pink 4
17.
ball, just slid off it. Don't think you can pot this red that it's closest to. Well, he could. He could. Not that position, but at least he gets to play the next shot.
Mark Allen 18.
Well, it's early days, don't want to be too critical, but if John can get through to this red on the right-hand side cushion, that's a pretty careless shot from Mark. Well, there you see, clearly can get through. Early opportunity to get John Higgins in a lot of trouble there, not taken.
Yeah, catching a ball colour full, just leaves the cue ball on and around the baulk line, hand on the table. Chance here for John. He's got to manoeuvre the cue ball, but make certain of the pot. Good shot.
1.
What was thinking? I mean, he's played his first 2 shots in this match. He's gone in off, but not this time. Good opening red. Looks to be queuing nicely.
Six.
I mean, if he was straight on this red, he could stun it and play for the pink to the left middle. He isn't. I'm wondering now if he can run through and possibly play for the black in the opposite corner. That's
7.
what he's played. He's going to be slightly hampered, which doesn't make this pot any easier.
Yeah, and it's not immediately obvious where the next red's coming from. There might be one in the little cluster of 4 that pots to the right middle pocket. That'll require a very delicate pot here on the black.
That's about the best he could do. As Sean said,
40.
there is a red available to the middle. Not straightforward though.
16.
Wow, it was a nice pot, but he's been very unlucky, I think, because that red spoiled things. He's looking, it's very tight. Nicely played. Very easy when there's another ball in your eye line between you and the pocket, just to
22.
be put off by it, but no such danger there for John.
23. $30. 31.
Good chance this now for John to really get the feel for the table, settle himself down into this match. He's going to need at least 2 of the 3 reds on cushions to win the frame at this visit.
$38. 39.
There you see the magnificent record of John Higgins here at the Masters. 30 appearances. Made his debut way back in 1995. When you think he only turned pro in 92, to have progressed into the top 16 in just 3 seasons shows you what a special talent he was. 43 centuries, the highest being 145. And of course, he's been a champion, but that's gone wrong. Shake of the head, frustrated with that little cannon. It wasn't overly complicated.
Yeah, he just wanted to hit it full ball. He just caught it to one side and it double kissed and covered the path to the red he was trying to get on. 20-point lead. Good safety now, the order of the day.
John Higgins, 46.
Excellent pace from John Higgins. Got the pace of the table immediately, as all great champions do. This is a bit of a problem for Mark Allen early doors. He can obviously pot the red underneath the pink. It's available, but the cue ball would be going very close to that red that's on the cushion. So a bit of a problem to solve here for the pistol.
Let me just have a look. Yeah.
Yeah, just having to play the containing safety. Once again, decent length of cue ball. If he's playing safe off this red, got to catch it just right. Otherwise the double kiss is on. Okay, but too pacey.
chance here for Mark Allen in his mind's eye. Could play the cannon to the brown. The black's going to stop the red he's playing, so shouldn't leave a red on. Chance to take the upper hand. And he's just caught that red way too thick. You could see the cue ball push off line with the side spin that he used. It's a misjudgment, although the black's come to his rescue down the right-hand side. Quite lucky there.
Yeah, John come down this side to have a look. Can he squeeze past the black? If he can, it's a simple safety. If he can't, he's in a spot of bother.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? There's not many players would have played that shot. You know, John just such tactically aware. And you're not willing to move those 3 reds on that cushion. His insurance policy in this frame, that 20-point lead is quite big with those 3 reds where they are. So played quite an unconventional shot there, knocking the red up the table.
That was a big mistake from Mark. Plenty of room to miss the brown. So there's a chance for John Higgins. Not the best one, because those 3 reds near the top cushion are going to be difficult to get at, unless he can get a good angle on the colour to disturb them.
One.
Now, I thought he was going to be perfect on the black, but he just rolled on. We were chatting the other day, Sean, weren't we? Very reactive, this table and the cloth.
Yeah, an incredible roll of cloth, because it's the same roll of cloth that's on the practice tables backstage, and they're incredibly reactive as well. And what we mean by reactive is when you play the cue ball with spin, it's not necessarily how fast the ball moves around the table. It's when you apply spin, how
8.
long that spin stays on the ball for. That's what we mean. Now on day 1, this red would have been much easier. This red might have slipped in the pocket with the new cloth. A bit harder on day 4. Now he was up to the test. Where's the cue ball though?
9.
He's okay, got the bump. Oh, 28 ahead, 29 ahead, sorry. As we just see the replay of this red, nice pot. He's got a good angle on this blue.
Yeah, he's come around to have a look. There's a possibility of a plant. He must think it is a plant.
$14.
Not sure myself. Didn't try to overdo it, but 35 points in front now. Just needs this black to get to snooker's required. It's not easy. Tight under the cushion. But got it. 2 snookers needed.
22. John Higgins, 22.
And it's amazing, Sean, isn't it? You just drop your guard for a second. I'm thinking back to when Mark potted that good red, didn't get on the yellow, should have snookered John Higgins behind the yellow, didn't, and he's been on the back foot ever since.
Absolutely, no, he had a chance there. It was such an innocent looking shot, wasn't it? He had a chance to take the upper hand way back 10-15 minutes ago. And he messed up that really simple shot. And like you say, he's been fighting second best ever since then. got the snooker behind the pink here, but it's pretty much unmissable off the back cushion. Ball's in good places for snookers though, should he get the chance.
Well, there's no chance of running off, so may decide to have a go at the thin cut. If he missed it on the way up, he'd certainly catch it on the way back. Now decided to play the normal safety. But he's got it too thick, so here's a chance for Mark to lay a snooker.
Yeah, good effort. I think he's got John here. Full ball behind the pink. Simple escape off the ball cushion, but he might have to use a fraction of right-hand side, which just makes this slightly missable. Caught it. Just enough of it.
Just to remind you, Mark Allen 42 points behind, 35 remaining, 2 4-point snookers needed. And that green going near the side and baulk cushion is in a good place for snookers. John would love to see the back of this red.
Outside chance here of getting the cue ball behind the green if he plays off the left hand side of the red as we look with a bit of right hand side. Swing the cue ball that way. Well, I thought it was worth the risk there, sort of round the house between pink and blue. Just choosing to keep the red safe.
So there's a chance for John to put this frame to bed. Doesn't look like there's any in off on. Well, certainly not the speed he'll be playing it. Red goes in, frame over.
I always feel, John, that when you're in this position that John Higgins is in and you don't put the frame to bed, even when your opponent needs a couple of snookers, the longer the frame goes on, you just start to get a little bit anxious. Feel as if your opponent's going to catch you eventually. Oh, but he's caught this way too thick. The red's come down the table. Another chance for John, albeit just a half chance. That red's very, very acute into that right-hand middle pocket. It's not as easy as it looks on the screen.
It won't go in. The priority for Mark Allen, if he can't lay the snooker, got to get the object ball safe, keep his hopes alive. But for the kiss on the yellow, that could well have been the snooker, but it's not.
Yeah, John Higgins using the tried and tested method of when your opponent needs snookers, stick them in a snooker.
This is close. You want the snooker again, I think. Easy to hit, but can he get this red safe? Come off the right hand side cushion as we look. No problem hitting the red. But can he get separation between cue ball and object ball?
Yeah, I wonder if he might play it slowly and try and judge the connection on the red and leave the snooker behind the green.
Foul. John Higgins 4.
I think that will be enough. I think Mark looked over to John Higgins and nodded a concession. It was a good frame for John Higgins. Mark Allen had a chance, played a loose snooker, and John Higgins run out a comfortable winner in the end. It took a long time, but he's 1-0 in front.
Thank you. Second frame, John Higgins to break.
good length with the cue ball. He has left a possible pot to the right corner. Depending on the potting angle, Mark may consider it worth the risk, because the black's in the open.
Yeah, excellently judged paste on the cue ball again from John Higgins. That safety shot is fairly risky because you move in the bunch of reds, you don't know where they're going, and one has gone towards this left-hand corner pocket. But very tough to pot it from underneath the cushion.
Not the best of lengths on that safety. Played it with a lot of right hand side just to check the cue ball up. Not left anything at first glance for Mark, but with his hand on the table you'd expect him to play a better safety. Although having said that, those two reds near the right hand side of the cushion, bit of a blocker. He's trying to get back to baulk.
I think he can pot the red nearest to the right corner, but I think we've seen enough from Mark Allen already today to know that he's not going to push the boat out unnecessarily. But like you say, John, the safety shot off the main bunch is quite complicated with those reds there. The black's waiting should he pot it. Ah, great shot. Not the red I said, but a great pot nonetheless. And he's on the black.
Yeah, and he played it because he had control of the cue ball. And if it hadn't gone in, he wouldn't have left much. That was a very good shot. And what a good chance this is now. It shows you when you just don't find that ball cushion with your safety, you're leaving yourself open to get punished.
9.
We just potted that black in the wrong half of the pocket.
60.
Thick, as we call it. And cue ball hasn't gone up the table as far as he wanted. Now it's going to be running into traffic once he pots this red. So that usual very classy cue ball control we always talk about with Mark Allen, not quite here yet. Yeah, And it's gone wrong. It wasn't that shot that was the bad one. It was the black before. Such a simple looking shot. And that spoiled things. Can even hit the green to play safe. See here, it just goes in the left half of the pocket rather than into the open part on the right hand knuckle. And that slows the cue ball down. And that's end of break. Chance gone.
Mark on 17.
Fabulous. Alexandra Palace full to the brim, as it has been for every session this week so far. Every player's dream to play here.
Well, John didn't fancy risking going back to baulk. Thought he may leave a long pot on. Playing it that way, he was leaving nothing to pot. Now there's this red down the right hand side of the table, the one closest to the right corner. Mark's give him a shot at this. There you see it. Is it too risky? Is there an easier safety shot to play? I don't think so. He's going for the pot. Black follows if it goes in.
The only red he could leave was the one he was playing. He hasn't left it. But it always looked on his setup as if he was striking the cue ball to his left, which would push the cue ball out to his right, which is exactly what happened. See, it looks like he's striking left of centre, pushed the cue ball out, and it never came back.
Once again, thought it was too risky to try and play safe in the baulk end. But is this red on? I think it is. Worth having a go at.
Turn that off, please.
He does have a shot off the red directly above the cue ball to the right. He can skim off the right edge of it, hit the cue ball just before the right hand middle pocket, take it over the green spot and in behind the brown. That wouldn't be too bad. Well,
He didn't find the ball cushion. Can John stun this red now up the table and get the snooker behind the green? It'd be a telling one if he could. Thought it was too difficult. Where's this red going? Needs cover with the brown. Got cover with the brown. Bit fortunate.
Yeah, and this red that's over the right-hand corner pocket is a little bit thinner than it appears at first glance. It's the type of shot that if you just pot it, it's almost unmissable. But if you try and control the cue ball, if you try and make this overcomplicated, you can miss this. Needs that cue ball to pull up for the yellow to the green pocket. Bit too far for comfort. Does have the green into the middle though. Well played.
Three. Four.
Mark didn't make the most of his first chance, but this is an even better one now to clinch this second frame.
Nine. Ten. Sixteen. 17.
Just got to make sure he puts the spin on the cue ball here. Doesn't want to play the cannon to those two reds unnecessarily. Wow, goodness me. Put that down as one of the
17.
easiest shots that Mark Allen's missed this season, just when you didn't want to do it.
Yeah, he was just trying to hold it. If it had been straighter on the black, it was unmissable, but he was just trying to hold it. And it just slid offline, the cue ball.
One.
Fraction out, but enough. And this is an unexpected chance for John Higgins, which he'll relish.
Yeah, he had to hit this super softly to avoid the two reds on the cushion. And in doing so, he didn't impart the necessary spin. The cue ball went offline. And the black didn't go in. It's out of Mark's hands now, as he sits in his chair and has to endure watching John Higgins potentially do what he's made a career out of doing. And that's a counter clearance that hurts.
30.
You would think his priority would be to close the gap points-wise before he starts playing any cans. Obviously he can leave himself a nice
40.
angle on the black here. He's got that angle. Is it worth the risk? Might never get a better chance. No, just playing for the loose red. As I say, his main priority will be to reduce his
21.
arrears.
$22.
Yeah, I actually can't believe John didn't play the cannon on the previous black. It's unmissable. The cue ball wouldn't fit between the two reds. It's going to be on something, you would think, for sure. Just seems now whether that's going to cost him. Take the next two loose reds and he'll have to split those reds, hoping that he's on one of them.
Yeah, as I say, I was thinking, well, reduce the arrears before you take a risk. Is that old school?
29.
Are you new school?
I don't think I'm new school anymore. No, I think it's just it just looked you know, you don't mind taking risks, but that didn't look as if it had much risk attached to it at all.
$30.
Now he's got the angle on the black to play the cannon this time, but this time he has to be on one of the reds he moves. The previous time round he had the intervening red as the reserve. This has to go right now. And it's gone wrong. Strange choice of route that for me, for John Higgins.
37.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I think if you're trying to develop a red to a corner, there's no need to hit it that hard, really. His choice, and he's now got a 3-point lead, but he won't be winning the frame at this visit.
John Higgins, 37.
Yeah, and he won't be best pleased with that shot either. It's not the snooker he's bothered about. He was trying to put that red near the middle pocket on the cushion. Moved it off the cushion previously, and now he's tried to put it back on another one. Looks like Mark's got cover on all three reds here. So from a minute ago, John Higgins was in with a chance to win the frame. He's now in trouble.
Yeah, I didn't want to disturb the two reds at this end, but Mark Allen, being left-handed, this isn't too difficult a shot. You'll be disappointed. That was a half chance, no doubt. So he's had a couple of good chances in this frame as Mark, with the black off the spot. Missed that red, bit more difficult than the black. I agree, but I want to expect him to knock in. So this is a chance now for John Higgins to punish him. Those two reds near this right corner are available, certainly the one nearest the pocket. And you pot that and the other one's on. So there's the big shot.
One.
Not great on any colour here.
I'm just wondering if he might play the green into the middle with topspin of 3 cushions. Try and get the cue ball anywhere past the blue. He'll be on the red nearest the corner pocket. And here it comes, 1, 2. There's the 3rd cushion, anywhere towards the reds. Doesn't want to finish behind that top red. No, that's perfect. Well played.
As we say, to the inch.
Yeah, this was the misread. He just, again, played that with a bit of left-hand side, didn't get it on it, missed it thin. Very similar to the black, actually, by not imparting the necessary spin. John looks to be very straight on this black, so on and off the side cushion, back over the table. It's close to the middle pocket.
Yeah, it needs to slow up. He's okay. Obviously a little bit further away from this red than he would like. But this is a frame winner. Should he knock it in? Wonderful shot. He just recognises every important ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, there hasn't ever been many better, as there, of people who sense the opportunity and pounce even when they're not at their absolute peak of their powers. They're just great winners.
Yellow puts him 25 points in front with 25 remaining. Mark Allen be fearing the worst. So yellow and green for 2-0. Didn't go in the middle of the pocket.
22.
That's why he's not good on the green, but only the green required. Doesn't have to bother about position.
Yeah, when you look down the stats of John Higgins throughout his glittering career, it's very hard to find anything that's not positive. But if there was a negative, he's not always been the strongest rest player in the world. This for the frame.
Yep.
John Higgins, 22.
A slight Achilles heel as it cost him. 25 points the lead, 25 remaining.
Three.
Yeah, couldn't do much. He's got a chance of this brown, but not the perfect angle. beautiful shot.
7.
I think we're heading for a re-rack. Oh, sorry, a re-rack, a re-spotted black. Don't mention re-racks. That's not his best.
Well, as bad as the blue was, that pink was much better. Not quite perfect on this black, but this to force the respot. And it's there. We're going all the way.
It is tails.
Interesting choice, that. Not sure what the advantage anymore of letting your opponent go first is. I think Mark's made a mistake already in the respot. This first shot isn't as difficult as it looks. You put the cue ball on the side cushion, black on the other side cushion, and as long as you get the cue ball above the black, you have the advantage. That's a mistake from Mark Allen.
So basically, Sean, you're saying if you win the toss, you play.
100%.
Yeah.
The caveat is you have to get the cue ball further up the table than the black, which John did there. Mark's got no shot here, really.
Yeah, he's got the black safe enough, but he couldn't get as much distance he would have liked between cue ball and object ball. But it's a good black, almost tight to the cushion. It's not the easiest safety shot for John Higgins to play. Playing it up the table, it's close to the corner. And that was probably in his mind to play it at that pace. Chance of the double, if it doesn't double, it'll come down to the side cushion. Looks straightforward cross double safety though for Mark Allen. And it was. Yeah, a little bit disappointed he didn't get this cue ball near the top cushion. Safe enough, but it just makes it that little bit easier for John.
He just had a cheeky look at the double again. He's been known to get these, you know. He got one famously in the semis of the Worlds a few years ago. Won the UK Championships with one like this. Cue ball's close to the middle. No! Goodness.
Yeah, that black a lot thinner than he intended. I mean, it's a possible pot, but I think Mark will deem it too risky. Oh, hello, this is close to the middle, it's close to the middle, it's in! Well, what a way to end it. No hand up to apologise, did he play it? Doesn't matter, it's one apiece.
was yours, wasn't it? Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Third
there you
frame.
go. He told
Mark
Stephen
Allen,
that if he
break.
wins the toss, he goes first.
Well,
You're allowed to change your mind.
Yeah, no, you can change your mind. Nothing's binding, is it?
Yeah, I agree though with what the guys were saying in the studio. I think John Higgins was disappointed. I think of the two players so far, he's looked the more accomplished, safety and the long potting, and he's got nothing to show for it really, has he?
No, it's as you were, isn't it? We started with the best of 11, it's now best of 9. Mark did look all at sea, to be honest, until the very end of that frame, and he'd be very, very relieved as he went out of the arena to compose himself between frames. There you see pot success. Well, certainly nothing to write home about from either player as of yet. 86 and 85. It's possibly the lowest it's been from anyone this week. But that long pot success doesn't necessarily tell the story either. John feels as if he's knocked more better long pots in than Mark, but the stats not showing that. The great cue ball control of Mark Allen hasn't been on show just yet. That positional success will have to increase if he's to win. An average shot time, well, that's very, very slow, pedestrian for the modern game. And potentially that's the biggest stat of them all. Highest break, just 25, Mark Allen, 46 from John Higgins. I'm sure that'll improve.
Well, not for the first time. A weak safety shot. Nowhere near the baulk cushion, which is what he intended. This is a much better length. Another safety mistake from Mark Allen. And this red to the left of the pink is available.
Yeah, nice pot there from John Higgins. Had no idea where the balls were going to finish, but it was the pot that was the important thing there. Played with screw to get the cue ball out of there, hoping to be on a colour. And the way that red's finished over the corner pocket, couldn't have finished better for John Higgins. He'd love to play on it in a few shots' time when splitting the reds and leave that red there as insurance. Doesn't want to play for that straight away, but he may have to. Yeah, couldn't get on a different red.
4.
So he's having to take this red out first. Shouldn't cause that much of a problem, but it just takes away the chance of an insurance policy for when you split the pack.
Five. 12.
Just wants to clear his mind. Does he leave an angle on his black to cannon into the cluster?
13.
Or does he concentrate on the loose reds, of which is only a couple? He hasn't got a great angle on the black to play that cannon now into that little cluster of 5, just below the pink spot. So I'll have to be thinking of a cannon
20.
sooner rather than later.
Twenty-one.
So this is it. Pot this red.
20.
Finish low on the black, preferably, and then into that cluster of 5.
29.
Just missed the intended target. I know why. If you screw on them, it was a bit flat at the back, wasn't it? So if you screwed into them, you've sort of come back to the top cushion, but just didn't stun it enough.
Yeah, he was trying to graze into the red on the corner of the cluster, wasn't he? He missed his intended target. From then on, it's in the lap of the gods, and it's finished on nothing. That red's covered by the blue. That's what I was talking about 4 or 5 reds ago, when he took the one over the pocket straight away.
36.
Had that red have been there for that shot, he would have always had that red to be on had the split gone wrong. That's the whole point of that little sequence.
Yeah, shot selection is an art of the game that's sometimes overlooked. So now he's got this lead and now trying to protect it. I don't think this red goes to the middle, no. And he can play to the baulk cushion because there's 2 reds in that, or at that end of the table. If there's only 1, then that's a shot you've got to avoid. But with there being 2, Mark knocks 1 up the table, there'll still be 1 there. Yeah, not got the baulk cushion, but then again, neither did Mark Allen on his last shot. If he had done, that shot wouldn't have been available to John Higgins. Possible pot on the red to the right of the blue, but too risky, surely.
Yeah, I don't think he can play this red to the right middle pocket and use the blue as a stopper for the cue ball. That's what he's trying. Well, I thought it was. No, just the safety shot. But when you're hitting a red into that many reds, you don't know where they're going to go. Has he got cover on both reds over the corners? No, not that one to the left. Cover on the one to the right, but the one on the left is potable. That's always the risk when you start moving reds. That's not unlucky. Yeah, nicely cued from John Higgins. But why would you play a safety shot like Mark did there, where you've no idea where the balls are going to finish? Makes no sense to me.
No, his safety play has been very loose so far in this match. Big chance now for John Higgins. He'd like to get on this red closest to the corner pocket. Not this time. But once he can remove this red from the right corner, the black, well, the pink will be available. And once he gets this red, he's going to play now, the black will be available into the left corner. And with a 42-point lead already, what a chance. But short of pace. Don't get me wrong, he can stun the blue in and still have this red to the corner, but if he could have got close to it, he'd have had a lot easier control of the cue ball. So a simple pot.
12.
Can he avoid a kiss on the red near the top cushion and the pink? If he runs past the pink, he'll have the black to the opposite corner. Key to the frame.
Yeah, he's actually played that really well. The pot was unmissable, wasn't it? But the control of the cue ball there wasn't straightforward. Actually played that like a stun run through. If he'd just stroked that in, plain ball, he would have cannoned the pink. Well controlled. And as you say, John, that now opens up the entire frame.
Oh, 55 points to lead. Couple of reds, couple of colours. It'll be 2-1. And I think that is the experience and of a player of John Higgins' stature. Losing the last frame, as he did, wouldn't linger too long in his mind, would it? I mean, he'd be disappointed, but he knows from all those years of playing the game, you've got to put it behind you. Nothing you can do about it. It's gone.
27.
And he's been in complete control of this frame. And
20.
just this simple black to get to snooker's required.
Outside chance of a century break here from John Higgins. He's made 967 in his career to date. Mark Allen plenty to think about, although he's got a frame on the board. He hasn't made a 30 break in the match yet.
43.
Needs to find his scoring boots and fast.
44.
Yeah, I think he also needs to brush up on his safety. I mean, I can only count on one hand the number of times he's found the baulk cushion. He always needs to have that
50.
bit of distance between cue ball and cushion, which is not going to force a mistake from your
51.
opponent. Certainly not someone of John Higgins' class. Mid-session interval after the next frame.
58.
Always a big one.
$59.
He's flirted with that middle pocket all afternoon.
66.
He's been in it twice. He nearly went in it again, but come on, John, get the red, and then we'll get this entry.
67.
Perfectly on the black. Screw on and off the side cushion. Watch the left-hand side, reverse side. Send the cue ball up towards the yellow. Here we go. Perfectly played.
74.
And he needs all the colours for 101.
76.
I'll tell you what's impressing me at the moment, Sean, is the way he's delivering the cue. He seems to have all the time in the world to bring it back and then deliver it. That's a sign that there's no
79.
anxiety there, there's no stress in the cue action. He's looking very good, John Higgins. Remarkable when you consider how long he's been. Well, him
83.
and Mark Williams and Ronnie O'Sullivan. It's amazing, this class of 92. Oh, what a pity. A
John
pity.
Higgins,
No
83.
century, but a wonderful break there from John Higgins. And he goes in front once again. This time 2-1. Yes, and will it be 3-1 or 2 apiece? Big difference.
Yeah, I think this frame certainly has more significance for Mark Allen. If you can win it and get to the interval 2 frames apiece, start afresh, come out for what is effectively a best of 7, He'd be in a much better frame of mind during his interval break. Whereas if John Higgins were to lose it, he still knows he's playing well. Another clever shot from John Higgins. Looks a poor shot because he's so far from the ball cushion, but actually intended to leave it short, so Mark couldn't see that red, forcing him into playing one of these reds down here, hoping he's going to open the reds up. John Higgins just caught the bump of the pocket on the way through, otherwise he'd have been further up the tables. Very straight, look. Just caught that bump of the pocket. That's kept the cue ball down by this side cushion. Not sure if he can get through to the black. The pink's available.
Yeah, pink it is, but I wonder where the pink will go when it's respotted. It doesn't matter, he's missed the pink.
John Higgins, 1.
Chance now for Mark Allen to get himself into this game. As we've said a couple of times now, he's not had a 30 break. His average shot time's way down at 27 seconds. Chance to get involved.
1.
I'd love to see him just pick the pace up just a little bit. Good angle on this red near the pink spot now to pot it and head up top side of the blue. You would expect him to then pot the blue and make the cannon to the pack and send the reds far and wide. He's worried about that red that's to the left of the cluster. If he pots the blue in a shot's time and smashes the cue ball into the top red, is that a 3-ball plant into the left-hand corner pocket? That's what he's assessing. If he thinks it's too risky, he'll play for something else. Well, the red to the left was fine, and he's knocked a red over the corner pocket. But how can he get to it? Those two reds blocking things.
Yeah, at first glance he looked to have hit it perfect. He got the perfect split. A few reds have run around the table. And well, can he get to the top cushion and pot this red near the corner cushion first? Or is he looking at a 3-ball plant? Whatever, it's not straightforward.
Now that was very, very difficult. And of course,
Mark Allen, 14.
he's left everything. Little bit unlucky, it has to be said. to have split the reds as he did. He played the blue well, couldn't have hit them any better. To have finished there, that was very unlucky. Nothing he could have done about that. Had to play the plant, and now it's just a case of whether it costs him the frame or not. You'd think it would from here. These reds are set like a practice session.
1.
Yes, and particularly with the black available into both corners. What a chance.
Eight. 9. 16. 17.
You can see the concentration and effort etched into the face of John Higgins as he addresses the cue ball. All those years of experience telling him how important these moments are. You can see it in his eyes. He wants to push his advantage home. He wants Mark Allen 3-1 down at the interval, having not made a break of any substance in the match so far. John Higgins pouring everything he has into every shot.
25. 32.
'That's always been the way, John, hasn't it? You travel the world on the tour together as friends. You develop relationships. You spend time with each other, but when you get out there and shake hands, all that gets forgotten about. There's no mates out there in the arena. You want the opponent to suffer.
Yeah, and he's made a career of doing
40.
that, John Higgins. One of the toughest competitors in the game, and certainly when they talk about the all-time greats, his name will be mentioned.
41.
And as I said earlier, to still be doing it after all this time is just remarkable. And off the table, you couldn't meet a nicer guy. You could not meet a nicer man than John
48.
Higgins. But no quarter asked or
49.
given on the snooker table, that's for sure. So this black to go 43 points in front. Another couple of reds, couple of colours. Should get him to snookers required.
56.
And a 3-1 interval lead.
$57. 62. 63.
Now this blue to go 55 points in front with just 51 remaining.
Yeah, he's
68.
taken these really nicely. Yes, they were presented to him on a plate. Yes, he should have potted them all. But that's the mark of a classy pro in
59.
good stroke. You've done these simple things right. And very good value for his 3-1 lead.
$74. $75.
Big moments in the interval, John, I'd suggest, for Team Allen, for his friends and supporters that he's got here with him. Big job they've got in their hands, because at the moment it looks like there's only one winner of this match.
Yeah, it does. I sometimes have a problem working out Mark, and maybe I think he has a problem himself. But, you know, whether to go on attack or defence, sometimes needs to
80.
get caught between two stools. But his safety has certainly got to improve in the second half of this match. Mark Allen says that's enough. John Higgins has certainly been a better player in the first 4 frames and fully deserves a 3-1 advantage.
Thank you, frame 5. Mark out to break.
Yeah, thank you, Hazel. Well, when breaking off, whatever you do, don't hit the blue. And that's exactly what he's done, and John Higgins comes out of his seat, Sean, with a chance.
Yeah, he's done exactly what he didn't want to do. I know Mark went straight to the practice room during the interval. He was in there, grafting, trying to find something, as he has been doing all over the Christmas and festive period. I went up to Antrim to practice with him for a few days, and he'll be really annoyed that he hasn't come out today and performed, and looking for a reset That wasn't it.
But not punished. That's a let-off.
Just wondering if either of those two reds near the black spot are potable. That's very tight. Looks like it will pot from here. But from Mark's point of view, that will look almost as if it doesn't pot. You can see that it does, I think. There's daylight between the two reds. And that's very tight. Maybe that's why John played the shot he did, knowing the red didn't go.
That was a tough one to take on. That gives us a sign, Sean, of what's to come. Be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, of all the shots he's turned down today, I thought that might be one he did turn down, but I didn't think necessarily that was the time to push the boat out. Guaranteed to leave a red playing that one. Of course, if you're John Higgins, you're delighted to see your opponent almost pushing the panic button halfway through the match. Mark desperately trying to make something happen, but it's been slim pickings today. Not one break over 30 as of yet. Nicely played. Well, John Higgins with the rest. Missed that green in a previous frame, but slotted that one home nicely.
You'll be pleased with that outcome.
8.
Red to right middle, red to right corner. Black available into both corner pockets. Good chance.
Nine.
Just under hit that slightly. Wanted to be straighter on this pink. Shouldn't cause a problem.
Pink spot occupied there by the
15.
cluster of red, so onto the highest available, which is the blue. John isn't historically a player who likes to get the reds open early. More of a traditional break builder and a picker of reds. But they're set nicely if he wanted to play the cannon into them off the pink.
16.
Could have done with being another roll of a ball up the table to make that shot a guarantee. Probably play for the loose red here.
$22. 23.
We'll be playing the cannon this time, that's for sure. And couldn't be better placed on the pink.
Played well. Pink spot now available. And that red above the black, potable into the right-hand corner pocket. And if John Higgins can pot it and get on a colour, which isn't straightforward, cue ball will be running into other reds here. If he can get on another colour, chance to extend his lead even further in this match. Well, that has gone wrong. No question about it. Was looking to glance that red half ball and get on the pink into the corner pocket. You can see here he just hits too much of the second red. Hits it full in the face, was looking to glance off them. And what do you play now? He might play this yellow, you know, super slow. And if he misses it, block the pocket.
Well, the fact he's had a look at the potting angle on the yellow, that seems to be his intention. Risky. Oh, but right in the pocket. Not the best kiss on the blue, but he's got a slight angle on this red. I think a little shake of the head.
32.
But I think he's got enough angle that just concentrating the pot and he's bound to be on the blue. Just wanted to catch that blue a little fuller. It's tricky, but not much to do with the cue ball. Played it with a bit more pace than I thought he might. Oh, a choice of blue or brown. Brown's certainly cuttable from where he is.
Neither one very appetising though, are they? They're both very, very missable. Not least because you're so unused to playing either of those pots from that position. No one practices the brown cueing over the yellow.
Rumble.
Very thin from there. As he managed to hold the cue ball, does that red pass the pink and the other red into the left middle pocket? If he does,
37.
He played a great shot. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, desperately trying to get back to perfect position. He'll settle for that. Nicely on the blue.
Well, surely he's not finished.
43.
The only position on the table where he can't pot a red. No, he's just okay. Goodness me, that nearly went wrong. Half a turn more on that cue ball and he was on nothing.
Yeah, it'd be a bit risky if he played for the black, because there's a red just below the one he's playing that could cover the black, so is it screw back for blue or bought colour? Just felt it was one of those
John
where
Higgins, 43.
I'd have rather played the more positive strike than try to hold it as he did. Didn't expect him to miss it, mind. Now, a let-off for Mark Allen. What can he make of this chance?
Well, it's a chance he wasn't expecting and he's completely butchered that first shot. Hasn't played that well at all. This has gone wrong after one shot.
Yeah, what makes it worse, not good on the black, and that red near the top cushion. If he pots the black, he'll run into that, and can't see him being on the next red. Pink goes, I think, but as you say, not great. So tough black and not guaranteed position.
It was such a strange choice on the red. I mean, I think the pink goes to the right-hand corner pocket. Why didn't he just drop the red in for the pink? It couldn't go wrong. The forced stun shot could and did go wrong. Well, a great pot, considering the circumstances. The kiss on the green has spoiled position slightly, but that was very, very missable.
6.
Needs to just regroup here. He's all at sea at the moment. Needs to string a couple of good shots together and regain some clarity. Yeah, that's just as good as the pot on the blue for me. Just wiggled in off the left knuckle. He's just one good shot away from regaining control of the cue ball and being in position here. He probably got to the table having seen John Higgins mess up his chance. A bit surprised. Not really ready to take his chance, and he's been struggling ever since. Well, that's another good pot. That wasn't a gimme. Hasn't got the cue ball under control just yet. We've seen these reds missed before, and can he avoid the red underneath the black? If that red wasn't there, it's straightforward. Somehow got to thread the cue ball past that red. Well, he put everything into avoiding the red.
11.
And forgot to get position on a colour. And it has to be said, JV, to have only made 11 points from this opportunity tells us all we need to know.
Yeah, and as you said, he's never had control of the cue ball. He's always been chasing it. Pulled out a few good pots. But that lack of good positional play has cost him. And although John Higgins would have gone back to his seat disappointed to have missed his first opportunity, he won't be feeling too disappointed now.
The only thing I can think of, you know, with Mark Allen's game this week is that he's been here so long practicing on the tables backstage, which are the same make as these match tables, but they don't play the same. And maybe his game has just become attuned to how the tables out the back are playing. And maybe this table is playing completely differently or much faster or quicker. And he might have just found it so difficult to adapt to this table because his usual pinpoint accuracy with the cue ball has just deserted him today.
Well, that's a decent safety. Don't think there's a gap in between the green and brown. So John Higgins in a spot of bother here. The reds are nicely situated. Coming round of 2 cushions, side cushion, top cushion. Nestle into the red. It's all about line and length. No, he got the wrong line.
Foul.
He got the wrong line.
Namas.
He's run round the back of the
Mark
red.
on 4.
Missed cold. Won't be taken.
One.
Yeah, he was very close to that red. Couldn't really punch the cue ball out. This is another delicate one to hold for the next red. Lovely shot. Very well controlled. It's short,
8.
stabby action of Mark Allen paying dividends there. I think some players with a bit more of a longer,
9.
languid, flowing cue action might not have been able to play that shot. And ordinarily we'd be saying this was pretty much frame over, but from what we've seen so far today,
16.
big moments for Mark Allen in this match.
Seventeen.
So that reduces arrears now to just 4
24.
points. Hard to see where it could go wrong.
25.
Needs to leave an angle here on this last red to play up for a baulk colour, I think. Maybe the pink. Just make get into the yellow that little bit easier.
32.
And when you're under pressure out there, you just got to make your next shot as simple as possible.
$33. $39.
So up to including the blue to get his
41.
second frame on the scoreboard. John Higgins might be kicking himself here.
$44.
That's by far and away Mark Allen's highest break of the match.
$48.
Well, he's missed it.
Mark on
missed
48.
It's unforgivable, really. I mean, okay, John Higgins needs a snooker, but only one.
And you know what, JV? He missed a shot almost identical to that to win his match in the Northern Irish Open this year in Belfast. It was almost the same shot. And I wonder if that was in his mind. I understand the thinking of putting the ball over the pocket, but I wonder against a player of John's class whether it's the right thing to do. We're just giving him the cue ball here if he pots the blue. Well, he's chosen not to pot the blue. I thought he would pot the blue and go for the snooker on the pink. Having got that all wrong, you'd have to say John's got away with one there. Got the double kiss. This has gone fairly safe. Very thin if Mark goes for it.
Well, this time John Higgins may have to pot the blue. I know why he doesn't want to pot the blue. I always think when there's only pink and black left on the table, you only get one good chance to play that snooker. Well, once again, he's tried to get the snooker. Got very close to the middle. He's got the snooker, though. He's got the snooker, and it's not straightforward, this. Okay, we think one cushion escape easy, but the one cushion escape, he's got to play with a lot of right-hand side. Too much, too little, could miss the blue.
Yeah, well judged. Tap on the table from John Higgins to appreciate that. That wasn't straightforward at all. But this has all been caused by the missed blue off the spot a few moments ago. If Mark had potted that blue, we'd be on to the next frame by now.
Didn't fancy the snooker there, made certain he got the object ball safe.
Very hard to play that shot. You've almost got to hit the blue full in the face with the side spin to flick it over in behind the black. Now the blue hanging over the pocket should put this frame to bed for Mark Allen. The frame he desperately needs.
Mark on 5 and a frame.
He gets the nod from John Higgins. Nothing of note really. That break of 48 wouldn't normally make the markers board, but in this case it was vital for Mark Allen. He now trails just 3 frames to 2.
Thank you. Frame 6. John Higgins to break.
Yes, I think the way that Mark Allen started off this match, he needed a little bit of help from his opponent, and he got it in the last frame. Well, that spurred him on. Always risky to leave a shot like this, I always feel. It all depends how John sees it. He has a red that's possible to the far right corner. Now if he feels as though he could play it, and the only red he can leave is the one he's playing, he'll take it on. Well, he's spotted something else. Oh, this red to the middle, is it? No, too high. And once again, Mark Allen comes to the table, didn't have to do anything else now. He's been presented with a nice easy starter.
Yeah, a bit clumsy from John Higgins there. He missed that red on the thin side, glanced this red, which wasn't potable before, into this position for Mark. And you were talking about he needed a little bit of help. He's got some more. Lovely little chance this to get your arm going.
Eight.
Amazing there at the stats. John Higgins scored nearly 200
9.
points more than Mark Allen this afternoon, but he's only one frame ahead now. It's a mad game.
$14. $15. $22.
It's not obvious where the next few reds are coming from. Obviously, you've got this one to the right middle pocket and the one in loose play, but I'm not sure if any of the others in the cluster are available. You could see the cue ball left the table there. Don't think it was a kick, but you don't see that very often these days. Clearly leaves the bed of the table there on contact. No damage done. But after that loose red, where's the next red coming from? He's got an angle on the yellow if he wants to play it here to split the reds. That's fine, playing for the red, but he's going to need an angle on the next colour.
27.
To disturb something, you would think.
$28.
Yeah, and a little grimace there on the face of Mark Allen. He Too far on the green to play the split. Can he force it off the brown? Oh, he's really had to power it through. And by hitting it harder than he wanted to, put more spin on. And he's missed the pack, so that's break over.
32.
Punch that in with right hand side, and that side has widened the angle of the cue ball to miss the reds. Might have been playing it, better playing it a few shots ago on the yellow.
Mark Allen, 32.
Well, that's unforgivable to catch the bump in the middle pocket. There is a red possible to the right corner. Risky, yes. But shouldn't have been given a chance of this. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. And if he pots it, he'll bring other reds into play. The black's in the open, the blue's in the open. It's all down to this shot. No. It was half a chance, but just at the minute, and I don't know why we say the interval can affect a match. John doesn't seem as relaxed as he was before it.
Yeah, well, as we said in the previous frame, I noticed Mark Allen was in the practice room during the interval. I didn't see John Higgins in there. That doesn't mean he didn't go in there. I just didn't see him there whilst I was in there. Maybe if he took 15, 17 minutes off, he's just lost his stride a little bit.
One.
And whilst Mark Allen is struggling today, of that there is no question, one of the things that never goes away from Mark Allen's game is his intent and his desire. And he just doesn't give in. He will not go away, doesn't know how to give up, and he will keep trying. And eventually, if John Higgins gives him enough chances, he'll find his way back into this match. Now, playing for this red by the yellow tells us that none of those reds by the pink are potable. Otherwise, he would have played for one of them on his previous shot. So, again, same problem as before. He's got to move them. You'd say the black was the natural ball to split those from, but how does he get there? Just screw back for an angle on the yellow or green.
9.
Wow, that was well played. You could see he forced the red into the side of the pocket there. Nearly missed the red. Tried to pinch the pocket, and he's got an angle on the blue to split the reds off 2 cushions. Watch this red here. Goes in the right half. Did that on purpose to force the cue ball past the yellow. 2 cushions here. Here it comes. How's the pace? How's the line? Wasn't convincing, was it?
No, didn't really generate the topspin he was looking for. Bit jabby, and I think that's probably been what's been happening most of the day. He didn't seem to be getting through the ball. But he's got a 46-point lead. Just looking for one more chance.
Account 14.
Yeah, 14. He'll be a little bit disappointed. That was a chance to clinch the frame, level the match.
Dangerous times though, isn't it, against a player like John Higgins? You always feel when you've got him in the corner, you just always feel that he's going to come and get you. That 46 point lead could evaporate in minutes if John Higgins were to get to the table. No, Mark's caught that all wrong. Shouldn't have been anywhere near the pink. And here we are. Said he was going to come and get you. Chance for John Higgins.
One.
Well, he's played for the black. Probably the only colour he could play for, but this is anything but easy. Okay, he can play it dead weight, give it every chance to drop, but just off the cushion. This is not guaranteed. No, always tricky them.
Joe Higgins, 1.
And that was always far jaw. Not sure if it seemed to go to our right slightly. I don't think it was ever in. But what nap of the cloth there is on these superfine cloths runs from balk end to black end. You would think if that black was going to turn anyway, it would have turned down the table. And that's sloppy as well. Shouldn't have been anywhere near the yellow. It's given John the chance here just to play safe off this red and get the cue ball into a better position.
He's had a look at this red on the right hand side of the table. There's a possibility he could double it into the left corner, but he needs a good cue ball. Oh, not the plant to knock it in. Would you believe it? Is he on the black? No, but he'll be happy that the red went in.
Wow, goodness me. This is incredible. You can be as good as you want. How lucky was that? Complete misjudgment to send the first red into the second red and to see it go in the pocket. If John Higgins wins this frame, this will really hurt.
Seven.
Obvious move here is to pot the red and pot the black. But you want to leave the black there if possible, because then he can play the cannon to the two reds on the cushion, knowing the black's always waiting for him. You've got to pot the red, John. Goodness me.
7.
It's catching.
Yeah, seems to be dragging one another down. I'm surprised he played that red. I, like you, I thought the one immediate to the right of the pink. Pot that, cannon the other one. Pink to the middle. Yeah, nice pot from Mark. Never easy to judge these positional shots when a ball's in the jaws of the pocket.
Yeah, and I think what's starting to happen now is they're just starting to second guess themselves. The players, you can see their shot times have dragged down to 25 and 20 seconds a shot, respectively. That's quite slow for both. And that tells a story of self-doubt, second guessing your decisions, not playing with any fluency at all, and that's starting to drag each other down. So nothing there. What's he played? Very strange shot.
Foul. Miss Mark Allen 8. John Higgins 4.
Missed the red altogether. He was trying to just nudge the red to the cushion and escape up to the balk end. Had to get it very thin to avoid the middle pocket. Well, goes without saying that's gone completely wrong. A complete miss hit. Was trying to send the red twice across the table to join the reds underneath the black. Caught it all wrong. And has given John Higgins a chance to make one of his career-defining counter clearances here. Steal a frame. He should never have been in.
Eight.
Mark Allen be sat in his chair, pinning all his hopes on John making a mistake when he eventually gets to the brown and tries to get to the blue. That's the only thing that can save Mark Allen here now in this frame. There are no obvious obstacles for John Higgins.
Was he all right? I know this red's potable, but if it'd been straighter on it, could quite easily play for the blue. You'd like to be on the blue. Well, he managed
15.
to hold for the blue. Now, do you play for the one red near the top cushion or the red by the pink? He's made his mind up pretty quick. Playing for the one just below the pink. Just got into a little bit too much right hand side, checking off the top cushion.
20.
Not perfect. And he needed to be, because after this red he needs perfect position on the colour to get on the awkward last red.
$21.
Now you can see, shake of the head, not where he wanted to be.
Yeah, and you just always feel that potting reds down this back cushion, you want to pot the red to the pocket it's closest to.
28.
Shouldn't be any problem dropping this in though. Yeah,
29.
well played. Perfectly on the yellow. He'll just screw this back to be straightish on the green to get to the brown, and then it is all about brown to blue. That's all that can go wrong now.
$38.
Yeah, and how many times do we watch these top players play and we think, well, one mistake, that could be a last. There's been quite a few mistakes here in the last couple of frames. And you'd have to say that this would certainly be one against the head as far as John Higgins is concerned. But as Sean said, needs a good angle on the brown to get good position on the blue. It's okay, he's not straight. Brown, blue, pink to restore a 2-frame advantage. Moves straight enough, trying to force it, playing it with side. Is that black going to run to brown? Going to run to the black cushion? No, it's cuttable. Chances coming thick and fast for both players.
This is awkward though, isn't it? Do you play this dead weight and drop it in and try and hold for the blue, or do you just pot the brown, forget the cue ball and hope you're on the blue? If you go for it full-bloodedly, you can't miss the brown, but if you try and feather this in and hold for the blue, you could miss it. Yeah, played it up and down the table. Don't blame him playing it that way. And if it holds up short of the middle pocket, it's perfect on the blue. Blue will put him 10 points in front.
9.
So just the pink to get back on level playing field.
Well, John Higgins will be distraught, I would suggest. And in goes the pink. The only way to take anything out of that frame is if you won it. And that's what Mark Allen's done. And somehow he's levelled a match. It's 3-all.
Thank you. Frame 7. Mark Allen to break.
Well, at the start of the match, Sean, we were talking about who we thought might be favourite. Couldn't really pick one, and I'm no nearer having a selection. But I agree with what the guys in the studio were saying. It just needs someone to just raise his game slightly, and the match is there for the taking. Who will it be?
Excellent shot from John Higgins to kick things off with in frame 7. This was really well played, and as he found the angle on the black to be able to pot it from there and squeeze the other two reds out of the way. Oh, perfectly played. And one of the other qualities of all the top players over the years has been an ability to drop what's gone before and to forget about the negativity of a previous frame. Let's see if John can do that here.
9. Yeah. $16. Yeah.
Perfect angle on the black here for John to play the cannon to the line of 3 reds at the bottom of the pack. If he can hit the middle one and just favour the left side of it, he'll be on the red that's directly above the black. But again, we see that traditionally with John. He just doesn't tend to play the sort of accepted cannons.
24.
Prefers to pick off. And that's absolutely fine. He is one of the best break builders we've ever seen, but it doesn't go about it in the same way as
25.
most of the modern day players. Very few players who wouldn't have played the split on the previous black.
Yeah, I think I can offer up a couple of reasons for that. I think what's gone in the last couple of frames, he just wants to get his hand on the table and get his cue arm going. And also, there's an element of risk when you play those splits early on. But yeah, I know what you're saying, particularly on these modern tables with these superfine cloths, they open up so nicely. But is it part of your DNA when you were used to years ago when they didn't open like that? You know, creatures of habit.
Very tough to make a case against John Higgins' decision making, isn't it? He's made 12 147s, 967 career centuries, so he would win most arguments about break building shot selection. But trends change, don't they? And
39.
certainly the trend in the game currently is to get the reds open as quickly as possible. As you see here, the blue makes this break 44. There's another 24 available with the 3 loose reds. So he will have to move those 6 reds in the pyramid at some stage. And has he stunned through far enough? Well, he turns away in disgust. Surely he's on this red.
$44.
Well, he's absolutely disgusted with himself.
Taking his time, going back to the chair for his cue extension. He's counting to 10, believe me, he's so annoyed. And so he should be. And forward one, bad error with another. Where's the black ball going?
Foul.
In the pocket.
John Higgins, 44.
So it'll come back here on its
Marco on
spot.
7.
Boy, what a comedy of errors the last couple of shots.
Yeah, it was a complete miscue, wasn't it? He played the break-off style safety shot. Ended up hitting the red half ball. It was a miscue.
One.
Didn't play this at all. He was trying to swing the cue ball home. He just threw the cue ball into the face of the red. Complete mistake. Mark also choosing not to attack the cluster of reds, and that's gone wrong.
8.
Can still cut this red end, but of course, but it's a lot thinner than it ought to have been. At the moment, it doesn't look like anyone wants to take this match by the scruff of the neck.
We're so used to such a high standard. This is amazing what's going on out there. Just shows you. So all you young up-and-coming snooker players who have a bad day, it can happen to the best of them, and it can happen to you.
One.
As you say, John, we're so used to seeing such a high standard. You just wondered with, somebody like Mark Allen, who, has been one of the players of the season last season, if not the player of the season, hasn't won here since 2018, since he lifted the trophy. Which is very hard to believe. Maybe there's a potential that he just makes it too important. Maybe it means too much.
John Higgins, 1.
Yeah, we'll try and think of lots of reasons, but I mean, he is a course and distance winner, so it's hard to use that as an excuse. If he'd never won it, then yeah, I could imagine that he might think it's a bogey venue, so to speak. Now, John Higgins will be open for a touching ball. He's not going to get one. If it had been, referee would have called it. Even if he's got the snooker, shouldn't be any problem for Mark. Just come off the left-hand side cushion, nestle into them. unlikely he'll leave anything. Not the way he's looking, I presume he can get through to hit the red. Just got to be careful if he plays it with pace. I'll just nudge one red down the other end of the table. Chance for John Higgins to try and get in behind the black once again. And this time not hard enough. That red to the far right corner is possible, but obviously not easy. Tie it up against this top cushion.
Best shot for some time now. Excellent pot on the red from tight under this cushion. John Higgins didn't get the cover. He might have played that on purpose, forcing Mark Allen in to go for that red. He wishes he hadn't now. Now, Mark will have to play a cannon of some kind here. You'd think if he cannoned gently, he doesn't need to hit them hard, or the two reds that are separated from that cluster. I think the one at the bottom of that cluster is potable. So if you could somehow dislodge those reds and leave the cue ball there, that would be available. Not easy digging down from the side cushion. Yeah, he played the shot I suggested, but it hasn't worked out, I don't think. I think that red's just travelled on that little bit too far. There you can see it blocked. So nothing coming easy to either player at the moment.
Yeah, we always say, don't we, that if you're not playing well, the balls never forgive you. And I think the balls are winning this match at the moment. They're making it as awkward as they possibly can for both players.
Mark Allen, 6.
Well, Mark's got the cover on the reds by the pink, but the one by the black pots. John shouldn't really have been able to pot this red, if we're being totally honest. But his cueing's gone. He's lost all his technique. He came right across that one. From a position of complete authority in this match at 3-1 up. At the moment, John has completely gone.
One. Six. Seven.
Just needs to mind his work here. It's slightly complex to try and get on the next red. You'd think somewhere around the pink would be good. And that's gone about as badly wrong as it could. He can still
10.
pot the red that he grazed to the left-hand middle pocket, but it's much more difficult than it should have been. I think he was trying to cannon the pink. He's playing for an area here, anywhere from there to about there, and he would have been on 2 reds. This is very difficult. Well played.
11.
Pressure on that red, not least because he can see the struggles that his opponent's having. He knows how important this visit could be in the story of this match.
Yeah, I bet Mark's
18.
heart skipped a beat there.
Nineteen.
Yeah, it just looked a little bit wide, but a bit more pace it might not have gone in, but it did. This black puts him 2 points in front. Can't see a problem in getting over the frame,
26.
getting over the line in this frame.
$27.
So, comeback complete, and just a few pots away from going 1 frame in front.
Yeah.
But it has to be said, not without a lot of
34.
assistance from John Higgins. Unusually so. Such a competitor, but since the mid-session interval has gone off the boil completely.
$35.
So yellow, green and brown to take the lead for the
30.
first time in the match.
$40.
Well, he needs to regroup. He can do it. Make no mistake about that.
43.
But what's happened the last couple of frames is beyond me, in all honesty. He was going so well before the mid-session interval. So this brown to get to snooker's required.
47. $52.
Yeah, not bothered about the black.
Mark out,
Very
58.
much
That's
in the
okay.
lead. Mark Allen still not reached the height of the performance, but he finds himself 1 frame in front, 4-3.
Thank you. Frame 8. John Higgins to break.
John Higgins, when he came back into the arena, was greeted with a rousing round of applause from this packed audience here at the Alexander Palace. Mark Allen stayed in his seat, but I'm sure John Higgins, Sean, would have probably gone back to his dressing room and thrown a bit of cold water on his face and said, "Come on, what's happening here?"
Yeah, he might not have been audible, but there would have been some strong language used to himself, I'm sure, just to get himself going. Bit of catharsis. Try and vent it. Like a tennis player when they smash a racket up. You don't see that in the snooker very often, but we all want to do it from time to time. Not a bad effort, if truth be told, on that red. Had to get close to it to thread the cue ball between reds and back home, but he cannoned the brown, and that's left John with choice of reds. Black's waiting if he wants to play for it. Typically, John throughout his career would get this kind of shot when he's given himself a good talking to. You can see he's really struggling. He's really struggling out there. It's one of the best places in the world to play this when you're playing well, but when you're struggling, there's no way you'd want to be least.
Six. Seven.
It's gone slightly wrong side of the blue. We saw this shot go wrong for John Higgins in the previous frame. It won't go wrong for Mark Allen because he'll just be dropping this in. He'll have the red to the left of the cluster as his next red, but should have been a lot nearer to it than he's going to be.
Twelve.
Just had a glance there as he walked round the table to see if the red above and slightly to the left of the black at the bottom of the pack is available. If it is, and that camera angle tells us it is, he'll use it to split the reds, probably after the next black. If he can get on that red in such a way as when potting it,
20.
he can spread the reds open. That'll be his plan. But he's finished straight on that red. That's a mistake. Goodness, shouldn't have been there. And that careless positional shot on the previous black to that red means he can't get to that red now. He can still pot this black and smash into it and move every red. That's what he's checking, but that wasn't his original plan. He's played that really nicely. I thought he was going to play that at
20.
pace and move everything. In fact, he's managed to cannon that red and retain position on it. Great shot.
$29. $34.
Yeah, you can just see Mark Allen just taking his time here. It's not because he doesn't know what shot to play. He's just trying to compose himself. He knows how important this visit is.
35.
Yeah, if we try to analyse why
40.
he played so bad in the first half of this match, you could say nerves. You know, the fact that in the last few years he's not had a good record, losing his first round matches, so apprehensive.
43.
But now he's got his nose in front, he can play with a bit more purpose, can't he, and relax, and doesn't have to chase anything, doesn't have to get stressed out. Now all eyes on the winning line. And winning this frame, of course, will take him one frame away from a place in the quarter-final.
Interesting there, referee Desislava Borsilova said, I'll just check the
40.
blue. He said it'll definitely go on. He was right. He's underhit that by some distance. And as we've seen all match, just when you think one of the players is going to stride off into the distance, something goes wrong. And how does he get from there onto the next red?
That's a wonderful shot. Beautifully played, judged to perfection. Line and length. Perfect.
$55.
$62 points ahead then. So this red and the black. And John Higgins will need snookers. Needs that cue ball to pull up. Needs it to slow up.
63.
And it has. For a moment there, it looked like he'd lost the cue ball. Indecision. Doesn't know what to play. Wants to play the cannon. But he thinks the cannon might go wrong. Don't get caught up with the cannon here. Don't forget to pot this black. Well controlled. Could have done with another couple of inches on that cue ball. And this red would have been
70.
unmissable underneath the pink. Would love to see this go in. That'd keep John Higgins in his chair.
74. 75.
By far and away now his highest break of the match.
81. 82. 89. 90.
Chapman played it well. Red and any colour
97.
for the century. Looks like a different game completely now, Sean, doesn't it?
Absolutely incredible. A great century, timed to perfection, just when he needed it most.
103.
Hadn't made a 30 break until frame 5. And all of a sudden he looks like he can't miss.
108.
It's not to do with technique, this. It's not to do with his hands. This is all about what's going on in between his ears.
Yeah, when he was potting that green, just saw the
112.
well, slightly forlorn figure of John Higgins. Just feel he's missed the boat here.
117.
3-1 in front, mid-session interval. And has just stalled completely. Four frames
123.
in succession for Mark Allen. Oh, and an exit. Well, if he pots the black here, it'll be amazing. Oh, he's done it somehow. Not having a bit of fun. Well, he's happy now. He wasn't happy in the early part of the match, but he'd be very pleased now. And John Higgins, well, he'll be a little bit distraught because he trails by 2 frames. It's 5-3, Mark Allen.
whenever you're ready. Yeah. Thank you. Frame 9. Mark Allen to break.
Yes, it will be interesting to see what John Higgins has got left here. I suppose in boxing parlours, Sean, John had Mark on the ropes but couldn't deliver the knockout punch.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you don't deliver the knockout punch, the guy gets up off the canvas, doesn't he, and hits you back. And that's exactly what's happened here. I said at the time, Mark Allen, he might have been struggling with his game, but his heart's never been in question. He doesn't know the meaning of the word quit, and he does keep coming. Somehow, he's found himself 2 frames ahead, needing just one more to get in the quarterfinals. This is how we got to this stage. Current score at 5-3, just the 1 century highlighted there on your screens. Magnificent 1-2-3 from Mark Allen. But up until frame 5, he hadn't had a break over 30. Not sure when that last happened, but it's been a complete turnaround. He's had a lot of help, it has to be said. Very good shot there from Mark Allen, appreciated from John Higgins. Played that with an immense amount of left-hand side, check side in that case, to keep the cue ball down that side of the table. Trying to trap John Higgins.
Want to risk playing the safety back to the balk end. A couple of loose reds that he may have left potable. Decent safety there from Mark Allen. Simple one, but he's now beginning to find the proximities of that baulk cushion. All important. I'll just go through some of the stats of the match. Still well behind John Higgins on the safety, but
Foul.
I don't know whether that's based on the last few frames, because
Mark
John
Allen,
Higgins is finding it difficult now to find a thin edge. Pot success, 91%, that's acceptable. Below 90%, you're going to struggle in this standard. Long pot success, I'll forgive that. I think about 64%, 2/3. I'll take that, because a lot of the long pots are sort of shots for nothing. 80%. That green that John Higgins missed. Otherwise, he could have been 4-0 up at the mid-session interval. And positional success, neither player really excelling in that department.
Gonna need to see something we haven't seen for a bit in this match, and that's a good piece of cueing from John Higgins with this long red. Well played. Well played. Well, we chatted about Mark Allen's heart. Don't worry about this man. He's got just as big a one. John Higgins won't be giving up either. He's not finished yet. John Parrott said in the studio between frames, you just never feel safe playing John Higgins because he just doesn't know when to quit.
John Higgins, 1.
Doesn't matter how big your heart is though, can ride across that. You can see the cue went to his left, struck across that ball. It was never going straight. But this is finished awkward for Mark Allen. Yeah, that wasn't a sitter. The miss black by John Higgins there, went up and down the table, finished there, which left Mark Allen queuing over there. Without the black in the way, that was unmissable. Maybe Lady Luck was just turning in John Higgins' favour, even though he's 5-3 behind. Made that mistake a few frames ago when playing safe, caught the bump of the middle pocket, and as you said, JV, they're always there. It's not unlucky.
No.
John not interested in attacking these reds that are potable, choosing the safety option. Just wants to wait.
Sorry?
Do you have a look at the bottom one on that side as well?
Okay. Yeah.
Mark just explaining to the referee that he thinks he can hit the red at the very bottom of the plaque. That's the one, just in case he were to miss and the ball needs replacing. Yeah, nicely played. Didn't necessarily mean the cue ball to finish right there behind the yellow, but it was the right type of shape.
Well, not a bad flick off the brown. Cue ball tight to the baulk cushion. And if Mark can't play a safety down the right-hand side of the table as we look, it's no easy return to baulk.
Very, very close. But no cigar, I don't think. I think Mark can get through to that red closest to the right-hand corner pocket. John nearly had him in all sorts there. It's a very good return. Just needs to be careful here, John, when playing this red. If he catches it slightly thick, it'll go over the left corner. So I think he's actually playing the one next to it to prevent that. Yeah, saw the concern there, didn't want to knock the red over, so played the second red. Good shot. Good bout of safety play this from both players. Neither one able to gain a massive advantage at the moment, but both keeping each other in it. If one of them could play a telling safety, the Reds have spread themselves nicely. The black in play. I feel for John Higgins, his next mistake could be his last.
And that was always the danger ball, the black. And trying to get back to the baulk end. Now, a couple of pots, but what's the potting angle like for getting position on the colour? At first glance, doesn't look great. In fact, he's playing safe, I feel. Waiting for a better chance. Just flick the green, so no snooker.
Yeah, be annoyed there, Mark Allen, won't he? That was a big target to get him behind the green. Wasn't a difficult shot, and that would have had John in a lot of trouble. So, possible chance missed there. There we see the fine margins. Mark Allen will be behind the green next.
Joe Higgins, one.
We've just broken the 3-hour barrier. It's been engrossing, nerve-jangling, tension-filled match so far. Feels like there might be a bit more life left in it just yet. And this crowd at the Alexandra Palace have been treated to a wonderful match this afternoon. Not necessarily with big fancy breaks, but it's been full of tension and excitement nonetheless.
Well, that was a super hit from Mark Allen. Now can John get it back in behind the green? It's close, just needs to run by it. Not quite.
Mark would love to play the red that's furthest to the right of our screen, past the blue, but I'm not sure he can hit it, so playing this red down the left-hand side. Cue ball's close to the green pocket. Both players desperately trying to get that cue ball in behind the green, force a mistake out of their opponent. John had Mark there a few moments ago. Mark was able to escape.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a very fortunate outcome from that shot. Didn't mean to collide with the blue there in the middle of the table. It's finished tight under the baulk cushion. A little bit of luck favouring Mark Allen there just at the right time. Good response there from John Higgins, it has to be said, from tight under that baulk cushion. Mark just stepping aside to allow referee Desislava Borshilova in to check the line. You can see clearly, you can see this red down the left-hand side, so be playing this super skinny. Too thick. What's the damage? Chance for John Higgins.
Yeah, he's won this tactical exchange. But now what he's got to do is score. Can he recover the form of the first half of this match? Big questions to answer now.
One.
Yeah, the blue's causing him all the problems here. It's in the way. So he'll either have to go above or below it to get to the next red. Doesn't want to finish behind the black. Oh, it's okay.
3.
And I think the black's pottable into this left-hand corner pocket, the same as the red's going into. So if you can pot this red and screw back, there you see it. Can he pot it and screw back past the black for it? Black to the right middle available too.
Four.
Now, when the black is respotted, how available will it be? Black spot is definitely vacant. Pink's tied up, blue's on the side cushion. He needs this black available.
11. $12.
Yeah, something we've not seen very much of in recent seasons. That was a bit of a kick, a bit clunky. Took all the pace out of the cue ball. Very concerned about that red underneath his grip hand. And he's searching for the angle on this red above the black to pot it and move the red next door. Hasn't got it. Can still pot that red, but can't free the black.
16.
He can pot the red underneath the black and bounce the cue ball off the cushion and move that red away that's blocking the access to the black. That's what he's checking now.
You know, that would be a big shot to take on. But as I said earlier, if the black's not available, there's only yellow and brown to go for, so it's worth the risk. Oh,
17.
unlucky. Just a smidgen. Right shot, just
Yellow
run
ball.
past that red half ball contact, he'd have been on the black.
No, very courageous pot from John Higgins.
19.
Not wanting to take a backward step. And I'm just wondering if he can pop this red. Is the angle there to bounce on and off the cushion again and try to dislodge that red next to the black? No, he did try it. That was one shot too
John
far
Higgins,
this time.
19.
But at first glance, he hasn't left anything easy. You can see Mark Allen obviously can clearly pot that red, but there's no colour to follow it. The problem here is playing safe up the table leaves the red over the corner pocket. So what does he play here?
Yeah, that is the question. Might be value in just rolling the straight red in. At least you'd have a bit more control. Well, is he playing the pot on this one? This is risky. Oh, it was very risky. All his eggs in one basket there. And so close to pulling it off.
One.
Yeah, nicely on this red. You play for the
3.
black. He's got to. If he's going to win the frame at this visit, he needs that black on its spot.
Four.
And I wonder if he'll pop this black and he can either stun up for the red above it or screw back for the red through the gap there. You see it, the one nearest the other corner. think he's just okay. Black potable to this left corner. The pink also available to the left
11.
middle pocket. Definite chance this for 5-4.
$12.
Another one that wriggled and wriggled,
19.
but it went in.
$20.
So, this black puts him 44 points in front. So he'll need another couple of reds. Maybe only one red with a colour. So it's this red, and then nice angle on the black just to drop on the red near the top cushion.
27.
I mean, there are other reds to play for, but just something you can be sure of. Yeah, I thought
28.
he was having a long team if you're going to play a cannon on the red and pink, but this black and one more red. Does the pink pot then? Oh, well, maybe it does. And if it goes in, it clears the path to this red, which would be frame ball. Yeah, it was simpler than I thought.
34.
Well, Sean, he's not out of this match now.
35.
And a little bit more, well, better timing of the queuing, it seems. Last few shots.
Yeah. Typical John Higgins, isn't it? When he had to find something, he has found something. He won that fairly protracted safety battle, as we said at the time, which forced the opportunity. And this has been a good contribution.
43.
Yeah, I remember asking the question when he won that safety battle.
50.
Could he take advantage and score? Well, he's just shown you. He's not out of this yet.
51.
Can't make the century. Not enough points on. It's always nice to finish a frame that you win, not having missed anything easy.
58.
Go back to your seat. Feeling good. And all set for the next frame. Well,
John
he won't
Higgins,
be bothered.
58 at
The frame was well and truly over. He's still in it, but he's still one behind. 5-4, Mark Allen.
Thank you. Frame 10. John Higgins to break.
Well, decent break off. Not quite certain what Mark Allen can get to here. Obviously the red on the right hand side of the table, but the potting angle is not really perfect to play position. Well, is he having a go at it? No. Just playing the containing safety. So this is a very important safety exchange now. Who can come out on top? And whoever it is, can he score?
Peculiar choice of shot there from Mark Allen. He knows John Higgins is going to have him in trouble the next time round. If John can play safe here and block access to the other red that's in that half of the table, Mark will be in a bit of trouble. So that was a strange choice he played on his last visit to the table.
Yeah, and I think he has covered the path to that red in the baulk end. Well, not all of it, but enough to discourage Mark from playing it. That's not good. Left the red here to the left centre. A lot of these shots, when you look at them, if you leave the good potting angle, then a player will take it on. It's tricky, but he doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. Pot the red left centre, pink available into the right centre.
One.
Yeah, that was a great shot. Knew he'd be leaving a red should he miss it, so he was under pressure there. Of course, this is where John Higgins has made his career, isn't it? It's been so good under pressure when he needed it the most.
Well, and must be a plant this.
7.
A dead set plant. There it is.
Not sure if the pot on that plant has freed up the pink spot. We'll soon find out. He'd prefer it if it did, because then he can get the black back on its own spot. Yeah, that'll clearly spot. But it does block up the red that's underneath it.
14.
Checking on another possible plant on the other side of the table into this left corner pocket. They're not set, but they're makeable.
15.
Just bounced off that side cushion a bit more than he would have
20.
liked. He wanted to pot this red, play for the black. He may have to play for the blue now, particularly if he's straight. Well, can he stun it round off 2 cushions and play for the black? No. Have to play for the blue, and
21.
he couldn't get the cue ball away from the cushion. So it doesn't make position on the next red any easier.
Yeah, one of the things that was noticeable there on that camera shot there, John cueing from the jaws of the middle pocket, is actually as he feathers the cue ball, he's nowhere near the cue ball. It's quite a unique idiosyncrasy of his swing. Most players, as they're feathering, getting ready to play the shot, the tip gets quite close. John's a good inch away. I don't know if that's to protect against feathering the ball or it's just something he does, but he's always done it.
Yeah, he's always been like that, but he certainly gets through the ball, doesn't he? But yeah, it's just a habit he picked up. Now then, was that a heavy contact? Was that a stun run through that was too much stun? Whatever. He's run out of position.
John Higgins, 27.
Yeah, not for the first time in the last few frames has he gone back to his seat. Very disappointed. But at least he potted the ball on. But yeah, should have had good position. That nearly reached. Didn't think it was going to go anywhere near at one time. That was a good shot. Just that nicely. And the problem for Mark Allen now with this safety, he's got to be wary of that black near the left-hand side cushion. I don't think, Sean, he'll want to play a thick one, swinging it round off 3 cushion, because it'll open all the reds up, you know, and that could be dangerous.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, I think he'll just play off 1 cushion into the side of the pack. It's too risky to play the conventional shot, where he's played off 2, but it's the same difference. No risk attached to that shot. Touching ball helps John Higgins.
Well, that's a few times it looked as though they were touching, but no word from the referee, and she would have called it had it been. And what a difference it would have made for John Higgins, just a straight run to the baulk end, but not so now.
Cue ball running loose here, needs cover. Caught that much thinner than he intended to. Digging down, he just sort of swerved the cue ball almost away from the red. Don't think John Higgins can pot the red that's popped out. So just maybe safety off the red off the side cushion. Ordinarily would want to leave that red there. Chance here for Mark to swing the cue ball to the yellow side of the table, and in doing so forcing John to play safe down that side of the table if he wants.
Yeah, good shot. Certainly his safety play has improved. I mean, to be honest with it, had to. He couldn't have got any worse. But no, he's played a couple of good safety shots recently, Mark Allen. But this red is potable. Big shot. Close. Where's it going? It's going over the corner. It's not going to be easy though to pot this and get position on the colour. Pink not available, black not on. How do you get back up to the blue?
One.
Well, did well.
Yeah, and don't you just
6.
believe it? Just when you need to be on that red, the cue ball travels around the table, the best part of 20 odd feet, finishes there on nothing. Incredible.
Happens a lot though, doesn't it? Just playing to an area. I'm not saying you're trusting to luck, but he just played to an area, thought he must be on a red.
Oh, wow. That's one of the worst safety shots he's played
Mark
all
Allen,
afternoon,
6.
which is saying something. Just as you were praising him, John, he's played an absolute howler there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just unforgivable, really, these shots. All right, he's not left a pot on, but he's left John Higgins close to the reds. Should play a good safety here. Get that cue ball tight to the baulk cushion.
Yeah, and I always just worry that in situations like this, when playing somebody of John Higgins' experience, it's the message you send out. By playing such a weak shot at such an important stage, you're telling your opponent that you're struggling. Because that was such a careless mistake. And again, he's hit that way too thick. John Higgins will be reading these signs, and he'll be encouraged by them.
So, can't see any way you can get on the black. The pink may be available to the left centre. I'm only just trying to think of a way you could pot this and get position on the colour without having to hit it too hard. Just seemed the last frame that he was starting to cue a little bit better, but he was quite a way off with that one.
Yeah, he's had a huge slice of luck there as well, has to be said. Once he's missed it, the cue ball has careered into other reds, left nothing. Maybe things are just on the turn at the right moment for Team Higgins. Lady Luck does play a massive role in this game. So many moving parts, you always need a bit of good fortune. And John had a lot of it there. That was a good shot. Didn't look like anything, but it brought the black into play. Brings a bit of extra threat into the game now. Now the black's in play and available for both players. It's just added a bit of extra spice to this frame, that shot.
A bit pacey, but obviously he's trying to cover the red that was near the baulk line. But he's not done that.
Well, I don't understand that shot at all, because the red above the black spot's definitely potable. But Mark not interested in it. I have to say, I'd find that very hard to turn down myself. It's a free shot. Chance to win.
Got a problem here, as John. He'll do well to get this safe. He's looking at playing the containing safety, but he's got two reds adjacent to the left middle that he's got to block the path to. It's not going to be easy. Well, I think he's certainly left a chance of one. Don't know if that red just below the pink goes to the left middle as well. Well, Mark's looking at something else. Well, it does go. And the other one goes. Can't turn this opportunity down. Could be a match winner.
Wow, I can't believe this. He's playing the red near the yellow. I can't believe he's not playing the red by the pink. He played that red purely because he thought it was the only one he could leave. That was all about what happens if I miss it. And unfortunately, I think that was quite a negative mentality at this stage. Sometimes you have to stand up and pot the ball. And the red to go for there was the one by the pink.
One.
Should be 5 each now.
Eight. Nine.
Yeah, nice little nudge on the pink. Wasn't really
60.
necessary, to be honest with you. He had enough open reds, but it helps.
17.
No, he looks to have landed absolutely perfect on this black. Just stun up for one of those two reds in the opposite corner. And now for all money, looks like we're going to have a decider. It's to and from this
24.
match, Sean, hasn't it?
It's been incredible. And his Mark Allen's streak of not having won a match here since he won the tournament in 2018 going to continue.
25.
Very peculiar shot choice on his last visit to the table. Snooker gods don't often forgive such mistakes as that. We shall see.
32.
Red black, red pink. Would get into snookers required.
$33.
So as we said in the middle of the match, John Higgins gave a little bit of help to Mark Allen to get him back in the match. And Mark Allen's done exactly the same to John here. Hard to believe he didn't
39.
or turn down that opportunity to win frame and match that red to the middle. It was a lot easier than the red he finished
40.
up playing. Anyway, it was his decision. We can all be wise after the event. But we have a decider.
47. $48. $54. $55.
Perfect angle here on the pink, just to flick this red over the right hand middle pocket, nice and gently. Oh, just caught it from behind.
61.
So there you go. It's been a long, drawn-out match. Tough game. Neither player really having any great consistency. Toss of a coin. 5-all.
frame. Mark Allen to break.
Well, there's one thing for certain, Hazel. The crowd are up for it. What a reception both players got, and nobody's leaving here. Great afternoon, great drama. Snooker at its best, theatre.
Very good from John Higgins' point of view as he struck that. When you get that close to a long pot down the side cushion such as that, that would have looked like he'd potted that. Now it's just a question of whether that red goes past the blue. It's very, very tight. Mark Allen, though, already looking up into the baulk end of the table to see where he wants to play safe, so he's having another look. Usually, in this case, your first instinct is right when Mark's playing safe. So he's up behind the yellow. Very easy to talk yourself into a shot that doesn't go, especially at 5 frames each, where you're desperate to be the first in. Neither player with a great record here at the Masters when playing deciders. They've played 2 against each other and both won 1, so that doesn't give us any clue either. That red in the baulk end is just spoiling things now, and wouldn't be the first deciding frame in the history of the game to have a re-rack halfway through it, as players just tip-tap back to the black cushion.
Talking about deciders, we were reminiscing about some of our favourite Masters moments, you know. 2006, John Higgins cleared up to beat Ronnie O'Sullivan on the black, deciding frame. Remarkable.
Yeah, I think widely accepted as one of the greatest clearances of all time, particularly under the pressure it was. Famous for the doubled red, which I think started that break, which defied gravity. It didn't look like it was going to make it, and on its last roll dropped in the pocket, and of course John went on to clear up famously, as you say.
And where was I? I was in the commentary box with Clive Everton and loved every minute of it. It was a long time ago, but John Higgins still in here, punching.
There we are, there's the minute's thinking time. This is awkward. Can't really roll into any of the reds here in a safe position. The red that's to the left of the cluster passes the pink into the middle pocket, but having turned down a red 50 times easier in the previous frame, he's unlikely to go for it, but he's shaping like that's the type of shot he's playing. Is he going for this? He is. Felt he was forced into it, couldn't see an alternative.
Yeah, and he was only a fraction off. This red, immediately below the blue, as we look at this again, just always on the right hand jaw, but nearly wobbled in, didn't it? This one immediately below the blue. It's on. It does go. But in a decider, there's nothing easy. Got to cue this well. The black's waiting. If he knocks it in.
Yeah, he came right across that one, didn't he? Knew how important that was. That wasn't one of his best strikes. Didn't get near to this pot as we see the replay. Again, slightly fortuitous not to have left something easier than this, having missed that by so far. Is Mark trying to pop this to the right middle pocket? Well, he's gone all out attack from nowhere and it's in. So he has got his chance. It's all you ever ask for in a decider. Here it is.
Six. Seven.
These reds are absolutely begging to be attacked from the blue. If Mark can find himself in that position, he's seeing the red that's 2 from the black is potable as well, but that has its own complications. Easy to get sucked into always playing for black position here, but maybe slightly easier to attack from the blue. Can play low on the black there as he's indicating and screw into the reds, that's fine. But they're a little more tightly bunched from that angle of attack than they would be from the blue.
$15.
A shake of the head hasn't gone far enough.
$22. $23.
Nice angle on the brown if he wants to play the split. Side cushion just above the middle. Right hand side, stun. Smash the reds open. Could be a match winner. Got the line, how's his form? Well, he stops in his tracks. Can he pot that red to the right of the cue ball?
Yeah, I'm doing what a snooker player does when he's sat in your chair. You're looking at the facial expressions. Can he get enough of this red? If he can pot it and play for the black in the opposite corner. He's having a look for an alternative, but I think he'll go back to this one. Because when we looked from behind the pocket there, it looked like this was on. But you know better, obviously, when you're down in amongst them. Might be able to flick that in with a tracer side. There is a red to the far left corner. But he'd love to pot this and stay on the black.
was well played in the end. It was very, very tight as to which red he was going to hit first there. That's gone slightly wrong as well.
30.
Was trying to move that red a bit further up the table. He's now got this red to the middle pocket.
$36.
And that's just gone a couple of balls too far. Not got this cue ball under control just yet.
He has now. That was very well played. John
43.
Higgins sat in his seat, will be fearing the worst here.
$44.
But both players have made mistakes, so hope springs eternal. But John realistically will be thinking, I might not get back with a chance here.
$51. Yeah. Sure.
I think the cleaning of the cue ball was just a precautionary measure. Playing the run through, didn't run
52.
any sort of heavy contact. So 59 points the lead. May have to go up for the blue here. No, he can run through for the black this time. But it was never a problem going for the blue, because
60.
even if he got on the wrong side of it, there's a red in the balk area, but he's landed perfect on the blue. Play for either of these two reds in the middle of the table. Looks all over now, Sean.
Yeah,
65.
against the form book as well, really, in terms of snooker gods giving forgiveness for missed opportunities in the previous frame. That doesn't usually happen.
66.
66 ahead now, 67 remaining, just this blue. And he'll be in the quarterfinals.
$71.
Yes, and as John Parrott said in the
72.
studio, all the misses, all the mistakes, you can put behind you. Just look forward to the next round. For John Higgins, he'll be disappointed, John. He started off really well, he was cueing beautifully, and then I don't know,
79.
after the mid-session interval, he just lost his rhythm.
80.
But the only time he'll come out of his seat now, John Higgins, is to shake Mark Allen by the hand and wish him luck for the rest of the tournament. It's not been vintage, but as we always
86.
know with snooker, if it gets to a decider, then you know it's going to be exciting. The red doesn't go in with a handshake. And John, as I say, will wish Mark the best of luck for the rest of the tournament. It could have gone either way, but it went the way of Mark Allen. He beats John Higgins by 6 frames to 5.
Mark,
So often it's an epic between you and John, and that was a classy clearance in the last.
Yeah, it wasn't the normal match between me and John. It was a bit scrappy. There was balls missed. We were both very edgy today. But any win against John is a good win, so I'll take it.
And you must have been feeling the pressure coming out for the decider, having come back from 3-1 down to 5-3 up. He did well to force it to go all the way.
Yeah, strangely, I didn't feel too bad getting into the last, because from 5-3 to 5-all, I didn't feel like I'd done much wrong. John froze me out. I missed 2 real tricky shots. So I was looking forward to just playing the decider and hopefully getting a chance. And when John missed the long red at the start and got away with it, I was sort of fearing the worst, but played a few good safeties there and got another chance and made the most of it.
Well, many congratulations. We will look forward to seeing the 2008